Well, hello again, friends. Thanks for joining. It says I've got a couple of people waiting, and a little bit early. I've really struggled to get the times sorted out. The flight planning for Concorde is a little bit more in depth than just plumbing it into SimBrief and cracking on. So it's going to be a bit of a late one actually by the time we get there. But I thought, why not go to another Concorde destination? But instead of going back to London, why don't we head somewhere we haven't been before? I can't promise the scenery will be very good when we get there. It certainly won't be ortho. But we are going to take the jet to Barbados across the Atlantic, albeit a slightly shorter route. The Concorde performance system, bearing in mind I haven't put in the upper winds and everything because just trying to get hold of them is too much of a challenge, is giving us time en route of 3 hours 15 minutes. 20 minutes to the alternate, 61 tons of fuel to get there, and should be releasing with, I've actually picked 80 tons of fuel, should be over the max takeoff weight, but Concorde performance system versus Colimata are slightly different. The PAX loading's a bit sketchy, so I think we've got 99 PAX versus 94, but the payloads I've set to match. So it should pretty much work out. There's no noise abatement to worry about here, I don't think. And we're going to do our best to fly the departure as per the SID, although that may be a bit of a challenge. Weather's not looking too bad. It is dusk. We've got some Ryanair traffic next to us. Should be 03 taking us. It should be runway 03. I'll weather in a minute. But if you plumb that route in, we are going to the Hierro NDB via the departure, which is off of 03, so it's a DME arc. I don't know if that's going to work. I certainly think I'm going to struggle to fly a DME arc in this. Anyway, then it's a straight line all the way out. What do we... I suppose... If Drano... Well, Drano is a point, so actually once we get to... Ecos. I'm just having a look at the chart. No, I'm not. So Hierro 5 Alpha Ecos. I'll take us to the right. Now, if we don't do a 26 DME arc and go straight to Drano, I don't think that's the end of the world, to be honest. So I have got these ready for the INS, although I tell you what I don't have is the coordinates for them, so that may actually be somewhat difficult. So what I might do is get going to work on SkyVector. Oh, I tell a lie, I can do it on. Can I do it on here with procedural ones? Drano is the important one. If we can get to that, let's see. So, Ecos, Drano, it's got the points, but what I need is the lat longs. And that, I think, I might have to look up waypoint directory or online. Show waypoint labels, that's fine. Okay, that could complicate matters. No, it doesn't, because I tell a lie, I've got them on the flight plan. So, actually, we can do that straight ahead. It'll be VOR outbound. So we can actually do this INS. Now, just because we put it into the INS doesn't mean we can't hand flight. Anyway, that's beside the point. We've got to get in and get the airplane started because that was a drama in itself yesterday. So, here we are, cold and dark. I tell you what we need to do. I think if I try these, I can't quite see. Just turning my monitor brightness up. So down here, got pilot. Ah, right, so it was doing this. It moves you to the right place, but it doesn't rotate you. Now, I have a feeling head shake is interfering with it. So, if we turn off head shake, bingo, there we go, those shortcuts all work, which is grand. So, I've got all the audio and volumes and everything set up. Sort the radios out in a moment. I'm going to set projectFLY running. That's going. Got the weather active skies running and connected. Xpilot's running. And that's it so far. So let's go through. Got the PDF for the cold and dark because I have read through it, but I'm pretty sketchy with it. So let's get the checklist up. To see we've done all the externals. This is a long one. So park brake, yes. Yoke, throttle, rudder, well, fine. Pre-flight scan, fine. Boarding and tracking area. Nose visor, everything I think is going to be fine. Of course you check these in reality, and I never do them on the Zebo because it is only the sim. So, tech log we can't check. Ground power. We have ground power. I tell you what, where was I? There was definitely auto ignition. No, anyway, I think they're all off. So, tech log we don't have. Of course, we check that for any defects. Anything on the equipment list. So, ground power available. It should be now. So I don't think it actually matters. We don't do the switches. Does the test work? Anyway, it does come on with the batteries. So batteries came on, and the whole cockpit's running through all of the self-checks. GPU is on. Definitely done that. So 30-second test of the altimeters and everything done. Systems checked. Equipment bay cooling is on this panel over here somewhere. It is a bit difficult, I tell you what. Sounds are a bit all over the place. Let's get all the lights on. Not sure how much that's going to affect the old frame rate. Anyway, I think there's actually some shortcuts for these, but as I'm sure you know by now, I don't know where they are. So they're all on. Maybe it's those. Glare shield. Let's get all these for the time being. Right, so now I can actually see everything. Get back over to the engineer's station. And there's the equipment bay cooling. So, the equipment bay cooling needs to be checked and set. Pretty sure that means it knows. Okay, so let's go auto, normal. Now the question is, would the standby be on? Maybe not. Oxygen panel we're not going to check, but of course we will check that in reality. The drain mast heaters, that doesn't mean master, that is the mast on the outside. Can I have a look down here? That's the FO. Drain mast heaters on. This can go on. I'm going to pop the nav lights on because we're under AC power. Mast 3 lights aren't on, and we can go to the INSs. So we've got standby, 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 and standby on the receiver. So as you can tell, I think those are already lit up and they shouldn't be. Should only light up when on standby. Air data computers, going to double check that they are down there. And we can't align those just yet, so I'm going to put the position in, then we'll align them in a minute. So ADC 1 and 2. Emergency equipment. And we've already done those are in the wrong order. So let's have a look. Let me just check the chat, see if anybody's here. If you are here, please say hi. I'm going to have a look. I've got the chart pinned. Airport briefing. That's right, there's the airport chart. Airport info. With the parking stands, I think we're on stand 12. So I'm going to assume... Oh no, is that a Tango? Let's have a look. Yes, right, so we're on Tango 12. So let's get SIVA around 2, not in nav mode, current alignment, target alignment, and are going to enter our position. Stand Tango 12 is north 2. Just make sure I get the right one. 2756.1, and we are test 015. Of course, I don't need to hit the 0. 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4. Enter. There we go. Now I'm happy that the brakes are set. Can start the alignment. I'm not sure if it matters which way around you do these, but they are aligning. Good. Majestic, board of the Zebo, and the A320 747-787. Do I recommend anything else? Apart from the SR22 that's free, that's a fun little bit of kit to fly, a bit of GA. I would definitely recommend the Concorde. Don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of stuff that is not spectacularly modelled, but the fact that you can get it in X-Plane and get the SIVA as well, just to make the navigation a bit more interesting, because it really does make you think about using charts, etc. I would wholeheartedly recommend it. I'm sure there'll be a sale on at some point, and it is well worth it. Hey, GA is not that bad. Get on to what's the one I've been doing? The GA one. I'm trying to think of it now. FS in economy. But I mean, like GA, to be honest, you're not going very far, but you can do some good stuff. Pretty much just Zebo. I might have like the rep for the 172. Zebo Concorde. I got a Warrior because I fly Warriors in real life, but I haven't really used it, so I can't comment on it too much, and I probably need to get a yoke to make it a bit more realistic. And the SR22 is the freebie. I think those are the only sort of extras that I've got in there at the moment. Anyway, let me crack on with the checklist. So, master CBs, circuit breakers. It's a good question. Where are they in this? Oh, they're all the way over here, aren't they? I'm sure that's all of them. Anyway, cockpit preparation, oxygen checked. We would do DVs. I haven't opened them, they are shut. So the first real check is the augmentation and safety systems. They are all on the overhead, which That's that one. Oh, I tell a lie. Oh, yeah, so... Am I being dense? So... Inverters, there we go. So we're checking that they're on, and they are on because they haven't moved. It's the inverters. Where are the augmentation systems? So anti-stall is over here. So it's those two. All of these, of which there are many. And the anti-stall can come on. I don't think there's a test for those. So go to the overhead and then rad INS set to rad. Instrument transfer switches are all on the left hand side here, and they're all this side. Altimeters. Now the airport elevation here is 78. Don't think the pressure was 1018. Thought it was 1020, so maybe it's dropped a little since I did the flight planning. 3009. There we go. You guys probably can't see that particularly well. That's set. Audio panel COM1 on. Nav radios. So let's have a look at our departure. Going to be going 376. So set that. 376 on the ADF. Nav 1 charts wise, we are going to be going straight ahead. And then 1129. We're going to be going straight ahead on the LPC VOR. 115. 0. It's going to be 121. The runway heading. Let's have a look at the airport chart. 026. The same for that VOR. Now the departure is pretty interesting. There's no heights, just need to be above 1100, which we will be. No, I tell a lie. 6,000 is the top, but I tell you what, we'll get going well before then and accelerate so that we are not wasting too much of our time. So we'll pretend there's no speed restriction. We'll get as high as we can and then we'll crack on the way. So we'll go 280 initially, I think. Just check. Don't think there's anything on the paperwork for dispatch. Noise 280 because there's no noise abatement. So I have turned that off because there's not really anything. We're going straight over the sea, so there's no real noise abatement to worry about. Point at which we turn the afterburners off will be interesting. Imagine something like 500 feet. Anyway, so nav's all set. Brakes park checked. Yeah, brake pressure. Nav lights, we've put them on already. Throttle masters. Just on the audio. So the throttle masters are these ones. Oh, I need to set some. I need to do these to shortcuts as well, and then actually I could probably put shape back on, although that was not playing well. So we don't want them off. they light up. That one lights up a bit weird. So they're all on main. Ground hydraulic is over on the engineers panel. No, which is this one. Which is up here. So yellow, yellow. It's like yellow, yellow to me. And off, both off. Heaters. Oh, these ones here. So they will need to go on to auto. Engine recircs all shut. Secondary air doors are here. Take off with reheat auto. So they all need tapping once.
Great Canary traffic, Ryanair 475, right taxi, runway 03 left via Romeo, Juliet.
Okay, batteries we already did check, didn't we? They are on and normal. I'll be in dense here. Yep, no, that is the right panel. There's nothing else to check there. So, INS. Is it ready? Yes, it is. So, let's turn those onto nav. Let's check the old Seaver. It's not quite, it is ready, but it's not quite down to the precision that we wanted. So, I'm happy to, is it going to affect? It shouldn't. Although I don't know. So, what we can do is pop in the waypoints, and as usual I'm going to rattle through these. Let's get chat back open at this point. I think I'm kind of getting the hang of it. Sorry I've missed a check, guys. How long will it take? Well, once we take off, well, once we push, we've got 15 minutes for taxi. It should be 3 hours 15. I think that's the block time, although that might be air time. No, that is air time, 3 hours 15, because we've got 10 minutes for taxi. So 3 hours 15, so yeah, it's going to be a bit of a late one. Hopefully we won't hang about too much longer. Is the Concorde allowed across the pond? Yes, yes it is. The fact you can do it in a couple of hours is insane, yes. So yeah, I really need to get on board with doing that and doing it properly, so I need a bit more practice. Yeah, VFR different countries is really difficult, but VFR nav is really, really good, and Ortho's great for that. You can do VFR in the 737. Have a look for a couple of my videos where I've done that before. That's really good fun. So, let's load these up. So, point one is ECOS. So this is straight lining all to them, but you know what, it's pretty much going to be following the SID. So, I'm happy with that. Do it on INS. So that it all rolls over, because I think we can. So, we're going to go north, 28024. So I should probably do this on the keyboard, shouldn't I? Oh, that's not how you do that. Do you press that? Oh, right, okay, I'm not going to mess around with it too much, because I don't want to break it. So west, did insert, didn't I? Uh-oh. West 015 204 015, so I don't have to put that 0 in, that's waypoint 1. Waypoint 2 is north 27550 and west 015 021. Waypoint 3 is north 27393 27393. West 015304. Point 4 is 273 west 017532. Imagine you could do this pretty darn quick if you were doing it in reality. This one is north 26000, west 025000. Zeros. Waypoint 6 is north 25. West 26. No, it isn't. Waypoint 6 is 32.
Traffic Ryanair 4758 immediate departure runway 03 left.
Waypoint 7 is north 23000 and west 4023.8. It's north 18 and west 50. Waypoint 9 is north 15 and west 56. That's as far as we can get. Now we can update the rest, but then it's straight effectively to the destination, which is then 233 nautical miles. So we'll see if we need to, but that is it. So let's go backwards from here, shall we? 15, 56. Waypoint 8 is 1850. Waypoint 7 is 2340, and I'm going from the guidance here from the SIVA onto the paper. 2532 at 6. 2625 at 5. 749. 1753.2. Click 327 393. 1534. 755, yes. 15021, yes. 282405204. Good, so that's all loaded in, correct and happy. Let's go around. Now that's interesting. Why is that not showing up? Have I done something wrong? Guess it must be done. 0. Okay, fine. Nav mode. So distance time is what I think we want. INS 1, 2 and 3. Okay, I haven't done DME check. Waypoint coordinates done. Nav lights off. Loading done. So ASI bugs set for the weight, yes. Pitch index on this departure. I think it's 13. About there. Difficult to get that exact. Throttle indices we're not doing, we're just going to do max channel departure. Fuel flow bugs we can't set. Clock again can't set. I have got a departure time or estimated versus, I can't remember what I said, 1930, it might be about that actually. So, briefing, load sheet we don't have, but the airplane is all set. take off data. I've got the charts. I don't think there's anything else I can enter. Start clearance. Need to get so we can start getting the airplane prepped and ready. So aircraft, doors and ground, we can. That's interesting. They've gone. No, I don't get what's gone on there. Catering's disappeared. I had that earlier. Stairs have disappeared. Okay. Anyway, that's all a bit strange. What I am going to do is get better pushback. So we are going 03, which is out that way. So I think to do something like that. I'll do.
Ground to cockpit. Can acknowledge. Coming through the menu when you are ready.
So, I don't think door lights and anything are modelled. We've done the INSs. Can you do the fuel flow bugs? Oh, maybe you can. Okay, I'm not quite sure why one needs to do that. ASI bugs. So yeah, I don't think the rest is modelled. The aircraft weight is modelled over here. No, it would be in those. And the load limits, I believe, would be shown down there. So they're not they're not monitored. There's the doors, and they're all shut. So before start, master warning is up there. It's not very loud. Okay, tested. So anti-collision. Go on. And we are effectively getting good to go. The throttles are at idle. Engine feed pumps. All of these over here. That's a lot of pumps. And clearance to start. So we're on stand 12. Rankin area traffic. Speedbird Concorde 613. Engine start. Stand 12. Tango 12. Good. That counts. Oh, sorry. That's the ground clearance to start. The engineering ground. So we should have already requested start clearance. So bleed air source. We do have. So we'll do 3 then 2. So bleed air source we have cross bleed 3 and 4 are up here. So I don't know why it does it this way round. 1 and 2. Really don't get that. Engine bleed air. Now are we going to do that for all of them? I'm going to assume at this point yes, although somebody may correct me that you might do those one by one. Not clear from the checks. P for each engine, so actually let's do that. Debo is quite a complicated thing, but the debos are down. So Engines have been off greater than 4 hours, so we're going to go normal. So those are all in normal. So the start valve is that one. Start valve open. Believe the light should come on, but it's not. We're going to pop engine number 3 on. So we just got to let that fire up. Sounded like it started cutting out. In 267 we've got. So we're now finished with the ground air. Don't know what happened there. Aircraft, doors and ground. Get rid of all of that. So the condition valves. That's recirc. Condition. Doesn't help that we're quite zoomed in there. There they are. So on. The hydraulic pumps are over here. So 3 goes on. The engine generator is way down here. Very difficult to see. Right, they're already all on, aren't they? And the TRUs. Now that doesn't say anything, does it? So there's the TRU. So the generators. Think of these. On, there we go. Right, so double tap that to get the generator on. The engine bleed air. We're going through that way. So hydraulic pump, generator, engine bleed air valve, and the cross bleed shut. Repeat for each engine. So we're going to do number 2. We've done the cross bleed. Being dense. So we've done the cross bleed. Bleed air valve open, yes. Start valve for number 2 is on. See that it starts to register N2 RPM at 12 and then HP can go on. So of course you'd just be sat here just watching and waiting while the engineer does those, which is why it's taking so long, and I'm a bit naff. Hello Rick. Of course Ben. Hope I answered your question earlier, Ben. But anyway, we'll get going. I've got more time to chat in the cruise. Can I get rid of that one? Oh yes, you can. That.
Ground to cockpit. Tau is driving up.
Good, so there's a stable engine. So those, I guess, sort themselves out. So the condition valve goes on. The hydraulic pumps for 2 go on. The generator comes on. Or was that the hydraulic pump? No, that's the gen. Oh, I've done the pumps. And then that.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
That goes off. So then we'll do the other two. What a palaver. It's definitely a lot easier on the 7.3. An aeroplane of comparable timeline, of course. Oh, it's now dark. That's not helpful. I've taken so long to get the aeroplane started up.
Now connected and bypass being inserted. Release parking brake.
Greco area traffic, speedboat Concorde 613, push and start, stand Tango 12, face south. There we go.
Starting pushback.
And we are going to start the rest, so which way around do we do it? I think it's 4 next. So condition, bleed air valve, bleed air valve is up the top. Oh no, that's afterwards. So bleed air, start valve for number 4. Back in the grown-up seat. 12% can pop that switch on. Didn't sound right, did it? HP valve open. You can see that one there shut. Definitely a multi-crew aeroplane, this. Okay, 67%, bingo. So now, condition goes on. The hydraulic pumps for number 4 go on. The generator.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
One push of the button does that.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Bleed air goes off. Cross bleed gets shut, and then simply need to open the bleed air valve, open the start valve, watch the N2 rising. 12%, I'm a bit consistently late on that. Fuel can go on. At least better pushback works. I don't know why Colimata just doesn't recommend that you get better pushback and use it. It works wonderfully.
Tower is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. And signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
So I'm going to switch those early and we can go to radio if we need to. Engine is still starting up. Go. So I think that's probably a better view, the one that I've got. So the engine has started. I didn't hear a click, but the condition valve goes on. Hydraulic pumps for engine number 1 come on. Generator comes on. The bleed air valve goes off. That one gets shut, and then that's us done. repeat for each engine. That was stressful. I'm sure I'll get better at that with a bit more practice. So emergency hydraulic gen is difficult to see. We've got 6 here. Am I being really... They're all on auto. So, ground bypass. Okay, so I've moved that. Electrical SSB closed. And then the shed galleys on, water heater on, taxi lights, and off we go. So, in fairness, which ones are the taxis? These. So, lights, push we've done. Yeah, that's all in a bit of a strange position. Flight controls. There you go, look, you can see them all moving. There's the rudder. Yes, you can see all of that. Set nose. And we will taxi. Gran Canaria traffic. Speedboat Concorde 613 taxiing, hold short, runway 03 left via the apron and a Romeo. Cool. Before taxi, they are running nose wheel steering, can't check flight controls. I have checked master warning panel, nothing lit. It's not like we've got a recall on it. Engine control schedule. Right. Right, no, so engine anti-ice. Right, I've got to check that first. So, engine anti-ice is off. The engine control schedule and everything is all on the engineer's panel. So, the control schedule, flyover. There we go. Is parking brake still on? Yes. So, flyover brake fans. Brake fans are over here to the left. Go on. Engine idle switch to low. Store warnings. I don't think I can test those over here. Engine feed pumps. Now they haven't changed. I think they're all on. Yes, they all are. Hydraulics. Checked. Confirmed. Ground bypass on the electrics. Ground equipment clear. Yes, nose 5 degrees we've already done. Brakes. Instruments. Flight controls. Now I think that's on blue. Normal. Trims. Set. Let me just check the load, not the load sheet, let me just check the departure. So I think it was 0. It's clearly on another page. It's fine. So, taxi. Do we need to set for takeoff? Might as well. flight engineer, normal trim 4.
Fuel trim 2, take off.
Get the brakes off, get going. We're going to do a left, follow the taxiway all the way down to the end of the runway, get going. Then you've got to do all these checks as you taxi. Maybe I should do them while we're stationary. Very difficult to taxi this thing. Let's have a look at chat. If on Unicorn, will the ATC tell me to switch? Yes, if you're on Unicorn, Rick, then they should send you a message if they want to. If they want you to contact them. So we'll do all the checks and then I'll juice the lighting a bit. Not that we can see much. It'll stutter, isn't it? See anybody? Bit quick. Oh, we don't want to go up that taxiway. I'll go along this one. Oh, I thought I anticipated that quite well, but oh, it's really stuttering, isn't it? There we go. So we will just follow this all the way down. So, fuel transfer done. Engine mode, I'm pretty sure I already checked was in takeoff, yes. Now, auto ignition and auto throttle, I think should be the other way around, because of course you're going to do that, that. Put all those on. Master's main drain heaters all on. Climb for the engine flight rating. Static heaters on. There are the engine probe heaters. They're on the engineer's panel. That's a good question. What on me for asking it? Oh, they're up there, aren't they? Right. So what was the check? Engine probe heaters. So all those good. So takeoff 4 limiter should be set to 88%, which is, there's this little switch over here somewhere. Concentrate. So we're going to do first left. Takeoff limiter 88, yes. And then we got to air conditioning panel, so we'll just hold down here. Set those bugs. Here's the hold for 03 left. Seems a little bit early, but never mind. I will happily hold here just to make sure. So we got to air conditioning panel. Fuel panel checked. I don't think I can do those. Anti-skid system. It's down here, no lights. Versa shut off checked, no lights. Throttles, mid-travel forward. I have no idea why we check that. Seats and harness is fine. Tank 11. Let's go over and have a look at tank 11. So tank 11 is this one. and we've got enough to trim the aeroplane out, which is good. D-Air tanks 611. Right, I have to think about this, because it's these ones, right. So, rear extract. There's 9, there's the pump, there's the D-Air. Where on earth is 7? So we've got to do 6. I can barely see which one's which. Right, that's tank 5A. There's tank 11. Right, so 11 needs D-Air. Still looking for them. 6, 11, 8 will be here. Particularly clearly labelled. 10, 9, 7. Where on earth is 7A? Right, 3, 4. Okay, so we've got to do 10. Yes. 5A. How on earth do we D-Air 5A? I mean, those are the pumps, so I don't really want to do that. Those are the only ones I can see. I am sure I'm doing it wrong. Standby inlet valves, jettisons, open. Those are the only ones I can see. What an engineer's job, eh? Right, I'm going to have to leave it as D-Air like that. I'm going to have to check and see if that's right, to be honest. CG is set 5 and 7 main pump tanks. Well, that one's on. And transfer pumps. Okay. So 5 and tank 5. Oh, that's why I can't see it. 7 now. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't guard it going down. Switches in this could be a bit weird. Right. Done that. Before takeoff, data is fine, it's all been calculated. Landing lights. Transponder, that's one thing I didn't do. Get that turned on. Landing lights, why not? Brake temp warning lights, not checked. The reheats are on. Pitch index is set. Radar we don't have. Takeoff clearance need. So we will announce takeoff and line up. Gran Canaria Air Traffic Speedbird Concorde 613. Lining up, taking off runway 03 left for a Hero 3. Correction, Hero 5 Alpha departure. A bit of power, make sure we don't roll. And there is the end of the runway. And we are transmitting. So we'll stop on the runway, give it the beans. I'll do the takeoff monitor once we get there. Not the worst lineup in the world. There we go. So we will stop here. So
3, 2,
no.
1, now.
That's a bit of a shame. What was I going to do? I was going to do the lights, so that's a bit better, isn't it? Not much. Okay. So let's do our own 3, 2, 1, now. Loads of rudder initially.
Airspeed building.
Take off 2037.
100 knots.
Power set.
V1. Rotate. V2.
2,
Positive climb.
gear up.
Gear coming up.
Oh, she's mighty twitchy.
250 knots.
So let's get
Gear up. Doors locked.
auto throttles, flight director. Let's get that on. Get track heading
3, 2, 1. Noise. 3,000 feet.
and pitch hold. There we go. That was what I really wanted, was pitch hold. Oh, that's the irritating strobe bug. So let's hope the INS does its thing.
Wrong fuel trim. Should I change it?
Yes, please, mate.
Fuel trim to flight.
While I worry about getting these all sorted. We've already had the nose up by now. There we go. We're actually maintaining 280 quite nicely there. Hopefully the aeroplane will make that turn. If not, we may have to intervene. So let's go 350. Airplane is spanking its way through all of the altitudes, which is why you really want to get the clearance done before then. So let's see, let's have a bit of a cheat on here. Okay, yeah, spanked it through that. That turn should have been a lot earlier.
10,000 feet.
But we are correcting. Let's go up to 380. Seems a bit more reasonable, doesn't it? We can go to standard. There is the airplane.
350 knots.
There is the airplane tracking, and you'll see we are just climbing like an absolute rocket. No reheat, full power. The faster we go, the more efficient the airplane is. And then once it settles down and we're on our way, we need to be 23 GDV, so we've got a bit of a straight line to go. There we go, look, we've intercepted that nicely. So that was the waypoint we went over. That's the leg we want. And we're just going to follow that round. Fairness. We could probably lower the pitch index a wee bit there, I reckon. Speed up a bit.
20,000 feet.
So far, I think I'm doing alright. Maybe the reheats run a bit long. But I think in fairness it does need a bit of work with the calls and everything else. Now, 21, 23, yeah, okay. We're just going to go screaming past that waypoint on the way to Drano. 380 the aeroplane will acquire the speed and it will level us off at 28,000 as well. So why don't we set that to something a bit smoother. So vertical speed. So we've gone through it a bit, but I mean we are going pretty fast. Should be going way to a point that's only about 8 or 10 miles out here. Then straight to the NDB. Right, 0.95, we'll hold that. That actually worked out quite well, I think. Back hold please, auto throttle. Maybe that was just because it leveled off at the same time as well. So, we have 16 miles to go to that waypoint, which is fair, and then it's going to be a fair old slog. I think it's 127 miles to the next waypoint, so maybe we should have bypassed that island and just gone Drano straight out. Never mind. Is that the aeroplane settling down? Not hold we've got. So we kind of flew that DME arc, not spectacularly well, but miles to go. We've intercepted that because it was doing a straight line leg. We should have done an arc to it, but you know what? Good enough. And then we're going off out in this direction, so sadly that's going to take a little bit of time. Mach 9.5 we are holding quite well at 28,000. Should be efficient. So, climb rate checked, QNH, airspeed pitch, fuel trim flight, yes. Oh, that's my bad. I thought I did select that. That would hit the fuel a little bit. I don't think it's made any difference here. So now we should be making right turn to Hierro NDB. Should be coming around there, which... Okay, that was a bit of a mess. How long will the flight take? Probably another 2 hours and a bit. Let me just assume that we've just gone over Drano, and it is now 45. So, Drano to HIE. Is 127 miles, 12.4 minutes. So that should, I think, be 57. I've had to make my own log. No, it's going to be a bit more than 2 hours. So once we get to HIE, we'll go supersonic, and it's still 2,500 nautical miles. So okay, yeah, maybe you are right. About 2 hours, even with the 233 odd nautical miles to slow down. So yeah, getting on for 11:15 or so. Try and update the ETAs in a bit. Get those a bit better. So nose and visor, good thing I did do that check. Blah blah blah. Reheats are all off, yes. Airspeed, yes. Fuel trim, yes. TL's not required. supersonic optimum we are. Cool. So I don't think we touch anything else. That's not what it's meant to look like, so it should be that. And then to about there, DME arc to there. But hey, that's not bad considering that it's just straight line points and the aeroplane has to figure it out. I think it did pretty well there. I'd certainly struggle to fly DME in this unless you're doing it by hand. I wouldn't even know how to estimate it for the speed at this. Anyway, 99 miles to go. You can see the DMEs off the VORs here. 97 miles to go. Time on here, 10 minutes. And we will be able to get the aeroplane underway. Don't forget, once you put it in INS, it goes on to true, which looks like it's about a couple of degrees out. It's the mag bar on here. Doesn't say on the departure. Have a look at the radar. I haven't had a look at that yet. INS 6. Oh, they're going to Tenerife South. He's below us anyway. That's about right. In reality, there was TCAS on this one, I believe. So yeah, I just need to rustle through the startups to get that a bit better. So let's... So I think they can stay up. Those were a bit bright, so we can dim those down. It's a bit like in the car, isn't it? You don't want things too bright. Where are the floodlights? Weird, some of them have it, some of them don't. Okay. What am I missing? So, I have a feeling that the punter's out now. Transponder's on, we can listen. Still haven't figured out what the mic is. More time faffing about with this than anything. Does feel like I'm missing something, centre. Got it. Oh, that's weird. That seems like it's moved. Oh, has head shake come back on? That was shaking about a bit. Anyway, the airplane's alright. bit weird. Oh well, I've forgotten how to do the centre. Definitely none of those. I'm sure there's some shortcuts about, but never mind. It's good to have the time to be faffing about with the light switches. That's a bit digital, isn't it? Oh, that's that one. Oh, I think that should have been armed, shouldn't it? Interesting, maybe I didn't check that. Minutes, 38 miles, 4 minutes, which is relatively quick in the grand scheme of things, but slow in the Concorde scheme of things. Yeah, maybe we should have just gone supersonic and gone around the south of this island. That would have shaved off a bit of time. Silly me. Just trying to, let's have a look at the en route chart. Yeah, I think we could have gone to somewhere like Mattered and just gone zip. Just gone supersonic as soon as possible. That would definitely save some fuel. So I can't do the ETAs for everything else just because of the time to climb, etc. But we are off to HIE. .376, which is correct, so it should be picking it up. Oh, there's a little lighting trick under there. So there was one there, wasn't there? Don't know what that does. Still lots to learn. Anyway, it's good fun. 28,000, Mach decimal 95. Soon. We'll be on our way. Got the CV user guide if I need it, which I don't think I do. Although I suppose we could put in 1 and 2. Let's do that once we've got supersonic. No VATSIM to speak on. North Atlantic's lit up. Our Barbados is online. TC1. Approach. Probably won't be there when we get there. 6 miles, so we are going to be overhead in less than a minute. Let's keep that up just so that we can see it. There we go, so that to me counts as overhead. Overhead at 57. So, as we're overhead, any shockwave is going to go boom. Oh, I suppose, no, I suppose it wouldn't. So, that straight line leg is exactly where we should have gone. There's the Rhino going into Tenerife. I guess we'll just wait a couple of minutes, because as soon as we put the power on, we're going to pop the sound barrier, and we don't want to do it overhead, do we? So it should have been a couple of miles afterwards. So that may be 10 miles. Again, bad planning on my part. I thought we were going straight over. We definitely should just miss this island. Ask for like a vectored departure, giving ourselves something like that. Never mind. Got to get into a different mindset with this beast. It's a lovely swan. So what's that? 385, 396, so 15 miles. Okay, so I think we need about, it's difficult to get 3.5, but let's try 3.5. So throttle's off.
Auto throttle off.
Let's go. Where's pitch hold? I suppose we should have the.
Overspeed warning.
Oh.
Throttle back or climb. Mach overspeed.
Let's go max climb.
Throttle back or climb. Mach 1 passed.
There we go. We're not going to get behind the drag curve, so
30,000 feet.
wait for that light to go off, and then we'll kick the reheats in. That was a bit rubbish, wasn't it? It was 7 degrees. 1 pair. 2 pair. Now you see we've already got behind that drag curve. I was a bit slow there. The airplane should go to max climb. There it is. Maybe it's a little bit slow. Of course that notch was there so you could really efficiently keep the airplane right on that barber pole. So yeah, okay, I'm going to have to finesse that because we are really dragging it behind. You can see VMO as well has got the notch in the needle, so you can keep the two right together. The optimum climb. But you saw how quickly, even just at dry power, we exceeded the sound barrier. And I can't give an updated ETA just until we get nice and stable, but 300 odd miles, that time's going to come down. So 5 minute limit on the reheats, I believe.
Mach 1.3. Ramp smoothing confirmed.
There you go, look, so you should be able to see those starting to move. There they are. Engines, fuel, throttle, reheats, climb rate, airspeed, pitch, and then the reheats go off. Do that. And of course you can see those ramps moving from the outside. There we go, there's the airplane catching up. Is it catching up? Still 0.1. Oh no, there it goes, look. So max climb should pitch the airplane up.
40,000 feet.
I'd be quite disappointed if in max climb we ended up with a Mach overspeed warning. Because it was pretty clever, the aeroplane, it would do it all itself. Although I'm told some of the crews did hand fly the whole trip. Once you got to cruise, there was not a lot of hand flying to be done. So 0.69, I'm going to knock the reheats off with a button on the joystick. Which is not accelerating as quick, but still accelerating. And I think that should have come down a little bit quicker. TIS not required. And then we'll do those in a minute. Only got 100 knots more to go, but it's still ticking its way up. Only just on the limit there. I must have been relatively inefficient there. I probably did use the reheats on takeoff longer than needed. Pretty sure it wasn't that bad when we... oh, maybe the overspeed warning. There might be some induced drag with that. Maybe the profile was less than ideal. Anyway, we are on our way to KUXOV, which is the Canaries and the Santa Maria FIR boundary. So again, on this route I've picked significant points that are pretty much along Great Circles or on FIR boundaries. See if vertical speed helps. Still got full throttle. Max climb wasn't quite doing its job. There we go, that's a bit better.
Feet.
There you go, so a little bit behind schedule, a little bit messy.
Passing Mach 2.
There it is. So, let's see, max cruise.
Overspeed warning.
Ooh,
Throttle
close.
back or climb.
Will the airplane do that? Got Mach hold on. It's VMO that we've got to worry about there. Vertical speed is no longer on. That should just drop off. And you can see how close everything was. Mach 2 at 50,000, and depending on the temperature, you're getting close to the overspeeds. There we go, look, 1 knot. Wow. Right, how long is it going to take us? 13.5 minutes to get there from now, which is, let's call it 2021. You're doing 1148. Let's get the old trusty whiz wheel out. Then we've got KUXOV is then 384. Which I believe should be 20 minutes, 20 and a half. Call that 20 minutes, so 2041. And 455 is 24 minutes. $637 miles. $637, that's a long leg. Which looks like 33.5 minutes. $389. $20 minutes. Finally, 233. Will be subsonic by then, so that's going to change things up. Maybe that's about 15 minutes inbound. So we should be decelerating at 21:58. See what we can do. Seatbelts can come off now, can't they? So reheats off, indicate by the yellow light. Seatbelts off, smoking can stay on. Although I suppose that would be for the crew these days, wouldn't it? Be wired on. Anti-ice not required, engines checked, fuel 60 tons. We think we've got another hour to run. Maybe we're going to have tons of fuel. There we go, not a lot to see over here. But easily halfway along that leg to the FIR boundary over here. Passing somebody, going the other way from JFK to GLRB, don't know where that is. 41,000 feet, we probably won't see them in a 747. Planned TAS of 4. compared to ours, almost 3 times quicker. Right on the barber pole for the indicated airspeed, 505 knots. 5 knots away from VMO. So sit back and enjoy the champagne. Tune the approach up. One 2935. Right, let's do that. And then 129. Five. Seven minutes to go. So it might be 1 minute early compared to my estimated. Bit of an illusion there. Looking at that, thought we were rolling. So even in the desktop sim you can get disorientated when looking outside. Don't forget to go back to those instruments to check. So for descent, my descent procedure was pretty sketchy last time, so let's set 0, because that's what we will do. It's a real shame that those indicators don't work. Tell you what we can do. Engine rating, that should have gone to flight on departure. I'm pretty sure I didn't see that on the checklist. Those are all on and now we're in cruise, but then I really do probably need to get myself a printed checklist for this beast. So as we're climbing, you can see the indicated airspeed still dropping, max nice and constant. And that very gradual climb. It's probably not even 50 feet a minute. Somebody's going on a similar route to us. To the north, they're going to catch up with us in their 744 from Madrid. I had hoped that we might get there and it would be daylight, but I don't know if we will make it up in time. Let's find out what time it is in Barbados. GMT -4, 17:45. It's sunset in half an hour. If only I'd got going quicker, I would have been able to make 2 sunsets. Drat. So nighttime landing for us, that would be great. What could possibly go wrong? $80 miles to go, 4 minutes. You can just see it unwinding. Let's see what she looks like from the outside. Thought there were some logo lights on Concorde, but I guess I'm wrong. And the next leg that we'll do, I don't know when I'm going to be able to do it. To have a think. Today's its day, Monday, possibly tomorrow night. We'll go from Barbados, and I think I'd like to go up to Miami, but the routing could be quite interesting there. Try and find something that's relatively efficient.
Fuel status 60 tons.
So we've burnt 20 tons of fuel. Let's see, we're doing quite well. Let's see if we can actually set those fuel flow bugs. Yes, you can, look. So they could be set with a precision of 2 by the looks of things. It's weird, some you can work using the slider and others you can't. It's all a bit... That's the sort of polish that this lacks, but like I say, it is still worth it just for being able to fly Concorde. Or badly hoof it around the sky as I'm doing. Right, we are almost at the FIR boundary. 1.5 minutes to do 30 miles. Nobody to talk to though. And then we are the next 2 waypoints for the Santa Maria Oceanic FIR. One of them I picked sort of in the middle, but an easy point to pick. So you should be able to... Oh. Well, KUXOV is a waypoint and it is here, so... Oh yeah, there we go, we had to zoom in a long way. And we are going very fast. I think that, is that 1 minute or 2? Let's have a look. Doesn't say, does it? One of those. If that's 1 degree, should be 60 miles. It might be half a degree though. So we are changing heading. By 7 degrees, and you can see the amount of turn we need for that. So we were overhead at 20. 1 minute earlier than planned. 20 minutes, yes, I did work that out correctly. So you can see, look at the angle of bank you need just to do that tiny little turn, and then it jigs about a bit. A very small heading change. At these sort of speeds you need a vast angle of bank because the turn radius is just huge. A little bit off, so maybe that's just the INS drifting. Okay. So we need to put number 1 in. Well, the 1 is for the VOR. Let's have a look at the charts, see if I can't think of something better. No, I suppose we want to be on track to the VOR, so let's go back to 1, update the waypoint. And the airport VOR. Let's get the charts up so I can visualize the airport as well. 11,000 feet of runway, but only one chart for it. No stars. Some noise abatement. And we've got VORs for 2.7, or the ILS for 0.9, which is interesting. Anyway, it's the Adams VOR 112.7. Not going to get any DME updates where we are because we are miles away from everywhere. The ILS is 110.1, but the is North 13. Zero 59290. That's the VOR. So 9 will roll over to that. We're going to the waypoint MUNTR, which is funny. Then 1556, and that's going to be our decel point, 1556. Then straight to the VOR. It's 233 miles, so we might just be out of range, hence why I've put that in. I'm not going to put the airport in, because that is one. And none of the other points, like the initial approach fixes for the ILS, or anything else, can be put in, because I don't have the coords for them, so... If you guys are happy, I'll just leave that up there. It seems a bit of a shame to do that, but never mind. And of course, you wouldn't have scheduled the flight at this time of day. Maybe you would have scheduled it for the early evening, so you could have dinner en route and then arrive in Barbados with a bit of time and some daylight. But I had dinner a little bit late, so. So time certainly does fly, literally. What are we crossing? We're doing 7 degrees over longitude in 20 minutes. So you can just see how quick it is going. Tell you what, it'd be fun to get back in the Zevo. So much more situational awareness, although this is good for practicing a bit of raw data. So 10 minutes, well 11 minutes to go. 1 minute earlier than I predicted. 2041. So yeah, sorry I can't give you a more accurate arrival time, guys. Destination 3:15. Stick on 4 hours 27 of fuel. I reckon it's nowhere near that long. $221 should be decelerating.
fuel status, 40 tons.
Okay guys, well thanks to X-Plane's slightly dodgy sun-moon position stuff, looks like we have caught up with the sunset. So with any luck, we may just arrive at dusk, which would be quite cool. We've got 12 minutes to go until our next waypoint, and then it's one more, which is our final waypoint. We are going from 7 to 8. 8 is MUNTR, so we're on our way to MUNTR. Then 9, then ticking over to BGI to the Adams VOR on waypoint 1. So we should be going direct to that. We've got the VOR tuned, so we can either use heading over here, or if you push it in, track towards the VOR, which I find is quite a strange sort of concept, but remember it was very primary nav in those days. We are climbing quite happily, and so once we get to waypoint 9, I think that's when I'm going to start the decel, because that's 233 miles out. Be a little early actually. 233 miles to go. Maybe we'll leave it a bit longer. If we come in high and hot, never mind, there's plenty of ocean to take away. I don't want to leave it too late, but I don't really want to do it too early either. So, see how we get on. So, let's see how we're doing. 56 bang on ISA. Of course, the warmer the air, the faster we're going to descend, because it's less dense. The airplane is going to drop out the sky. So, 8 minutes to go to MUNTR. Currently too heavy, we've got to lose 10 tons of fuel. That might be a little bit of a stretch. So it might be relatively heavy. I think that the planner was out by quite a margin by having the route put in. Maybe it was the including the SIDS as waypoints that threw it off. Not sure, it certainly doesn't do times and loads, it just does distances. Anyway, one thing I better do is ETC still look like they're online. I guess they're waiting for us to come in. ETA is probably all over the place, so they might be quite pleased. Definitely need to do some more work in the planning stages. Let's get the METAR. TBPB. And compared to earlier, it's 2100 Zulu was the last update. 100 at 10 knots, 10k plus, scattered at 2000, temperature of 29, dew point of 24, so a little bit muggy, QNH 1010, which is not far off what we had, runway in 09. So we're probably going to expect vectors for that. Difference between the Zulu and Yankee, I think. A Lido 12.4, definitely need vectors. Probably not going to make the high speed exit, so it might be all the way down to the end. (01) approach course 091. So let me put this over here to remember. And actually I might as well tune it here. 101. There we go. 127 for the VOR. If we get a miss, there's no way I'm holding in this aeroplane. So 4 minutes to go until MUNTR. So maybe we'll keep the power on till we're, what do we think, 150 miles? If we take up, we end up high. The SIP planning in this is definitely not my forte. It was well and truly more luck than judgment last time. You descend. We started descending. Samar. So that was 177. So why don't we try 180? 177 seems to work okay. So 180 to go. Let's do that. Then we can keep the power on and get there a bit quicker. And what's the worst that happens? I mean, if we have to use reverse in the descent, or she's going to come down like a stone anyway, so. Anyway, this is that's where we're going, which is right at the FIR boundary. 1850 north, which is 18 degrees north, 50 degrees west, but the short code for it, 1850 November. So yeah, should be a track should have been the same. So don't know why we're flying all over the place. Anyway, that's us overhead at 3.5. So I did predict 3.8. 3 minutes earlier than I predicted. .20 minutes. And then a few more minutes until 80. Got another 60 miles after that before we start slowing it bound. Chewing up the distance. But with the only arrival, so Christopher Codrington is the controller. Adams approach. Speed restrictions, well. Taxiway Alpha between Bravo and Charlie closed. Really on VATSIM. Okay, so you'd have to backtrack. Big AF. Park up wherever we can. So the ILS is going to give us 226 for the Cat D. But the red out. Don't know if you can set the bugs. Have to dig into the Colimata manual. Look at that for a bit of sunrise. Bit of backward sunrise. Airplane's still drifting ever so slightly up. Still too heavy. But we don't have to waste too much time. Got 30 minutes. Then we are going to burn tons of fuel, so yeah, it's kind of relatively close. We're going to end up with quite a bit additional. I think you can dump fuel on Concorde. Yes, you can. So we could if we really needed to. So 350 is the initial descent speed. We're going to slow the aeroplane down. Don't think it's idle. I think it's to the first tick of 18 degrees on throttles. Those light transitions are a little bit distracting. Hopefully some of the eye candy will be improved for plane 11.6. Make best use of Vulkan. Of course our frames should be pretty good, apart from the jitters. Then our own contrail over there. So I've got the performance for landing, but I'm not convinced. Well, your F157, landing weight of 103. So to get that landing weight, our zero fuel weight is sheet somewhere. So you've got 9.3 tons of payload. Not a lot for a 185 ton aircraft. Zero fuel weight of T.4. You know, it's an 80 ton aeroplane and then you've got 80 tons of fuel. So 90415. Actually, why don't we cheat this? Because that doesn't help, does it? So that is significantly different to what we had. So the performance was done at 90415, got 87988, despite it's got a different OW. Payload 9.3, did that include the baggage or not? Maybe not, explain it. So I think we've got different figures on the Concorde planner that we have for the operating empty weight. Out by a ton, perhaps. Yeah, we've got a lovely sunrise, sunset. So 10 minutes to go till we get to our final waypoint. We should 30 miles to go before we start picking up the VOR. Well, we're certainly not picking up approach, but they look like they're still online. No ATIS, which is a bit strange. And hopefully 8 to 9 will tick over quite happily. Otherwise we'll be back in heading mode. Track of 240. course you wouldn't, if you were able to do that in reality, you wouldn't hear the jet whooshing past. You'd hear nothing until you heard the boom. Yeah, this poor guy is just waiting for us. He must know who's planned to arrive. We're the only one online. Nobody else. East coast of the US is lit up. Europe's still relatively busy. France, London, fair few UK airports are online. The oceanic sectors are on, which is good, but bad news for me because I struggle to do a precision report. So let's have a look at time. If you move the decimal point, we're doing ground speed of 11,155. Move that decimal point, that means every 1/10 of an hour, every 6 minutes, we're doing 115.5 miles. Nautical miles as well. It's even further in statute. 6 minutes. The old trusty whiz wheel. What did I say? 5. Would be about 130. 133 miles in 6 minutes. No, what am I talking? Yeah, 33. .329. Well done, trusty CRP. So our current speed is 1,330 miles per hour. 133 miles in 6 minutes. As you can see, as we count down to 3 minutes on the INS. I don't know if this can be integrated into the model. Certainly these aren't too bad, but this would be a lot better. Like I say, you can pop it out. Use it as a separate window. Come with bulbs as well. Is that in two different places? How strange. X-Plane's got a new feature request. That's good. I'm sure that'll create loads of work for him. So here we are, overhead MUNTR, bingo at 21:54, 1 minute early. There we go, we're just picking up the VOR now, 230, 229, 227. Start our descent at 180. So we are tracking 240. Just do a 60 radial. So we'll just see what we get given. So decel. I don't think the seatbelt signs did come on that early, to be honest. Maybe we could pop one anyway.
Auto throttle off.
So let's try 180. And we'll bring the throttle slowly back. About 92, that looks about right. I wanted out hold, I don't know why I went to vertical speed. So 350 and then speed hold. As in IS hold for the descent. So fuel trim to descent we'll do in the descent. Nothing else to do, eh? So transition altitude is nice and low, 3,000 feet. Shoot up 30 miles already, so I'm going to have to get the jet down pretty quick. So you use 50 miles just to decelerate there, which is phenomenal, you know, and still doing Mach 1.5. Anyway, there's 350. Let's get the airplane pitching. Should come down pretty quick. Interesting. Just happened there. Oh, did I move the aeroplane? I guess I did. Okay, that's my fault. Didn't really want that to happen. Quite sure you could do that. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Whoops. As you can tell, I don't use the moving map a lot. It's just nice to see where you are in this. Now the airplane's all over the place. Great. We're doing so well. So 87% is what we're meant to go back to. 87% N2. I'm going to do that a little bit early because we are still relatively fast. Do these have a trend indicator? So analog instruments, yes, trend indicator there, which wasn't, I don't think, moving. Indicates positive or negative trend, or stable. It can be very difficult to see very small movements. So 8 minutes, 4,000 feet a minute. That might just work out if we keep decelerating as well. Adams approach, good evening, Speedbird Concorde 613.
Speedbird Concorde 613, good evening. Squawk 2772.
Squawk 2772, Speedbird Concorde 613.
Speedbird Concorde 273, 613, correction. Radar contact, 85 miles to the northeast of the Bravo Golf India VOR. You could commence your descent at this time down to 3,000 feet, Adams QNH 1010, expect vectors for the ILS runway 09 approach.
Speedbird, so we'll continue our descent down to altitude 3,000 feet, Adams QNH 1010, expect vectors for the ILS 09 approach. Thank you very much, Speedbird Concorde 613. So we'll go down to 10. I might be right in thinking that Air France have done it at 380. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just stop talking. 75 miles, 5,000 feet a minute. Coming down very, very quickly. To choir, of course, don't forget to do that. I do keep doing it. We'll have to switch to VS at some point, approaching 10,000, level off and stabilize.
American 1492, good evening.
I don't know where he's come from.
Your transmission is barely readable. I'm reading you 2 by 5.
American 1492 on your east.
Alright,
From San Juan.
about 3 or 4 by 5 now. I can work with that. Squawk 2741.
Squawk 2741, American 1492.
That was bad, wasn't it?
Speedbird Concorde 613, reduce speed 250 knots or less.
We'll try, reducing speed 250 knots or less, Speedbird Concorde 613. So that's going to be a challenge. Not quite sure our flight profile is going to allow that. We've only just descended past Mach 1. It's going to be really inefficient.
Speedbird Concorde 613, left turn to heading of 220.
Left turn heading 220 degrees, Speedbird Concorde 613. Whoa, there we go, going through the shock. Let's get...
Fuel trim to descent.
Okay, let's go vertical speed, 250. We want a heading. Can't believe he's going to give us separation for a 7.4. I'm going to struggle with this. So, throttles are all the way back now.
American 1492, radar contact. You're currently 6-7 miles to the northwest of the Bravo Golf India VOR. You can commence your descent down to 3,000 feet at this time. Adams QNH 1010, expect vectors for the ILS runway 09 approach.
10 on 3000, QNH 1010, expect vectors for the ILS 909, Mark 1492.
So 2984. There we go, well we are slowing. Now once we do get to 250, we can go IS hold again. Nothing else still on the overhead, apart from the lights. There you go, see where we are on the VOR. Which radial we're on. So we still got loads of fuel. And we're good for landing. Some water again, luck than judgment. We're now going to come down like a stone. So let's see if we can just...
Wrong fuel trim. Should I change it?
Well, we're still trim for descent, so... Don't think we're landing just yet. So the auto throttle was a little bit keen there, even though we've made the tweak. 10 minutes out. Yeah, okay, so we're sort of back on profile. Don't want to get too low. Well, I think he has got a bit twitchy. No, he's just getting us vectored around. Could have come in pretty quick, that was probably spooked him. Where's the other guy at? He's at 13, so we are higher. I'll read closer. Just get the rate descent back on a bit.
Speedway Concorde 613, right turn heading 270.
Right turn heading 270 degrees, Speedway Concorde 613. So let's bring that back to about 3. So we'll get that set up, 091. Minimums are set. Set both sides. What I will do is put it back on that side because I want DME just to get an idea of how far out we are. Okay, there's our radio 121. Oh, 181 from. So 250 we are happy with. Vertical speed. Bring that back to about 2000. What a shame we were doing so well with the sunset. So the MSA is 2,600, so we'll be above that. You can see the fuel burn starting to increase, even though we're doing only 300 knots compared to 1100, the same fuel burn. It's ridiculous. So although it's a lot of fuel and it's inefficient, it was pretty efficient for that sort of speed. So QNH is already set, descending to an altitude out of Acquire. Our vectors, we are on heading. Fortunately, he is a little bit closer in. (752). A little bit slower than us. Very similar distances, unfortunately.
American 1492, you appear a bit high. You need VATSIM for descent?
No, sir. I'll be alright.
Dear.
Roger, American 1492. American 1492, continue descent down to 2,000 feet.
Continue descend down to 2,000 feet, American 1492.
So 15 miles out. Alright, we're a little bit high, but I think we're going to end up slotting in behind him. That nice Barbadian accent, I think. So there we got 157 and that one's
Fuel status 20 tons.
fine. So we're going to be a bit heavy. +7. So I mean 6-7 should do us. Fuel flow is definitely starting to creep up again. So let's set the pitch trim. Oh, this is unfortunate. And he's really slow. But then again, we were really fast. So we are going to outacquire at 3000.
American 1492 cleared for the ILS runway 09 approach. Maintain 2000 feet until established on a localizer. You're number 1.
Clear for the ILS 09. Descend out of 2000, maintain 2000 until established.
Oh, into the clouds. Oh, we should have had the lights on, shouldn't we? Not that I think you can have forward-facing lights without the drag penalty. Bit of cloud surfing in Concorde, shame it's night. If only we'd been a bit earlier. Bit weird the effect, but still quite nice. There's our landing view. So 3000 out capture a little bit slow.
Fuel trim to landing.
Oh, that's put my nose down. So,
American 1492, the winds are currently 100 degrees at 9 knots. You're clear to land runway 09.
Clear 909, American
a bit twitchy. Can expect a turn sometime soon. Good thing.
Super Concorde 613, right turn to heading 360.
Right turn heading 360 degrees, speedbird Concorde 613. Not that it matters, but that's just kind of interesting.
Super Concorde 613, you can also reduce your speed 230 knots or less, if possible.
Yeah, we can reduce and maintain 230 knots or less, speedbird Concorde 1. Correction, Concorde 613. Speed back. As we are on base leg, a little bit far out. And the speed does come back pretty quick. So, East 18 DME, the VOR, we're not picking up the DME from the ILS yet. Oh, that's an irritating effect. Get those off.
613, right turn to heading of 080, cleared for the ILS runway 09 approach, maintain 3,000 feet until established runway 09.
Right turn heading 080 degrees, cleared ILS, runway 09 approach, maintain 3000 until established. Speedboat Concorde 613, thanks. Bit of an interesting closing angle.
American 1492, you're on time, 24, welcome to Barbados. You can continue on Echo. Contact
101.
choice via Alpha. See you next time.
See the airport.
Thanks for the welcome. Contacting to via my choice via Echo, American 1492.
I'm going to cheat a little bit there. Okay, so we are quite a long way out. A little concerned we're not picking up the DME, 1101. Oh yeah, they don't show, there we go. 101, good. So there is the localizer moving. I think there's a glide slope moving as well. Oh no, my bad, of course there's no ILS, so you do have to have the Adams VOR tuned. Bit aggressive. There we go, captured. We're on the glide, 9 miles. And that guy ahead is clear. Speedboat Concorde 613 established, 9 DME.
Speedboat Concorde 613, the winds are currently 100 degrees at 9 knots. You're cleared to land runway 09.
Clear land runway 09, Speedboat Concorde 613. So, nose and visor, just waiting on the gear. Don't want to do that too early. Whoa, 180, okay. It's a lot higher than I expected. Let's get the gear down.
Gear coming down. Gear down. 4 greens.
Not 3, but 4. I don't know, I don't quite like that picture. That's more like it, isn't it? So it still seems a little bit wallowy. So pop the INS, let's do that.
Autopilot off.
400.
What is going on with the roll there? Really sluggish. Now we're high. Autopilot should go off in a moment. This is all over the place.
Auto throttle off.
100. 30. 40. 20.
Ooh,
Contact.
that was a bit of a bump.
Reverser deployed.
That's pretty awful. I'm gonna have to. There's got to be something wrong with control settings there. They are terrible.
Reverser retracted.
So I think we need to go down to the end. I'm not sure if we can vacate here. Actually, that looks alright.
Barbados, you're on time, 28. You can vacate to the left on Foxtrot and taxi the gate at your discretion via Alpha. See you next time.
Thank you very much for the welcome, sir. We'll vacate left, Foxtrot Alpha, and to the stand of our choice. Thank you very much for the service and have a great evening. Speedboat call 613, bye-bye.
Roger, you too, take care. Cheers.
What can we do about those? There we go. That's a bit better. Anti-collisions have to stay on. So, where are we gonna go? Time 28 on the ground. Foxtrot Alpha, and then we'll pick a stand over here somewhere.
Fuel trim 2, ground.
So yeah, it really seemed wallowy, and again, not a very good landing. So I might have to do a bit more practice. There's that 7.5, so we can park up next to him. Oh, there's a fuel truck in the way. Never mind. I've no idea what stand this is anyway. So I am surprised if they didn't shut down the outboard engines for taxi. I would find that quite strange. Pretend that's not there, eh? There we go, brake set. And we are on stand at 3-1. No idea which stand, but we're on a stand. So, landing we did just before ground contact. Yeah, it wasn't great. Taxi lights done, reversers off, yes, fuel trim's done. Pretty sure you wouldn't do that after landing. So, parking brakes set, we need some ground power. Throttle to idle, they are the hydraulic pumps. Oh, is it just off? So, the hydraulic pumps off. Gen's off. Right, bleed air. Now that's interesting. So air bleed control is all here. Should those have all been left open? Shut. Not the condition valves. It's the bleed air. Gonna have to check that. Anyway, the HP valves can all come off. All the feed pumps can go off. So that's shut down. Sure the strobes and the anti-collisions were together. Visors are up, transponders already off, lights are off. Well, they'd have done those first, and those. That's it, ladies and gents. Welcome to Barbados, where the local time is I don't know what. Parked up next to a 7.5. Followed in. That's another Concorde trip. Landing speed 252, okay, bit of a thump, that's off projectFLY. We'll keep that. Apart from that weird little squiggle, that looks like an error, which is good, as it was. And guys, thanks very much for watching. That's interesting. Again, I'm sure I selected up. Here we are. Thanks for watching. I'm sorry it was a bit of a late one. Maybe we'll get some more tomorrow. If not, perhaps this week. I'm not sure what my plans are yet though. So I'm going to see if I can figure out what is causing the sluggishness on the controls, because that rolling about that was going on was, the aeroplane was just behaving really, really sluggishly. So I'll see if there's anything I can do to sort that out. And in the meantime, until next time, thanks for watching. Forward to seeing you again soon. In the magnificent Concorde, or the equally magnificent Zebo. Until then, from me, farewell and good night. See you again soon.